City Council for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. May we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Present.
Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley. Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
We have a quorum, and so now let us go ahead and go into closed session, and we'll reconvene at 6:30.
And just a reminder, Christina, since you just logged in, please check your email. I'm sending the final staff report.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, was Bob Brathy going to give a report about what the closed session was about, or?
Oh, are there any changes to the agenda for closed session, Bob?
No, there are no changes this evening, Mayor Pro Tem. No changes to the agenda. We expect all those matters that are listed to be considered this evening.
Great. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll see everybody in closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bruce Delgado, the mayor of City of Marina. We're launching into our open session portion of our December 14th, 2021 City Council meeting. Big apologies. We are 32 minutes late by my computer, something like that. And we've been in closed session. As soon as our city attorney joins us on Zoom here, he'll tell us what we considered in Zoom session, but basically it was 2 anticipated litigation cases and then the Light and Motion Industries, their lease price and terms over near the Marina Airport. Lane, I think we can have that report out in a while if Bob's not here. Can we report out at the end of the open session?
Yes, we reviewed, I don't have my,
No, I mean, can we do the report out at the end?
at the end? Yes,
And launch into the matter now.
Yes,
Okay,
we
so
can.
let's launch into our
there's
matter.
Bob.
Took me a minute.
Bob, do you mind reporting out the end of open session?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The council met this evening in closed session on the matters listed on the agenda, 3 matters, 2 matters of anticipated litigation and 1 concerning real property. The council received information and provided direction on each one of those matters. There was no reportable action taken this evening in the closed session. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Council, if you don't mind, how about we move the consent agenda to after the Sports Center matter? Is that okay with you, David? Okay, so then we'll make sure that we stay long enough to do that because I'm sure there are things in there that have to be done before the new year. But let's now move to the Sports Center item. And I guess that Lane Long, our city manager, and Brian McMinn, our public works director, will be having the most to say on this.
Thank you, Mayor. This is coming back to council after several times now, and we have our consultants, Matt Kingdon and Stuart Isaac, and they have a presentation. And what they're going to cover in the presentation is what council had directed us was to take the previous sports center that was designed in all the different uses, and then you asked us to see if we could incorporate roller hockey into that facility. And they've looked at that and they've gone through a cost analysis and also to look at options and alternatives if it couldn't be included in with that. And I think with that, we'll just kind of turn it over to Matt. Brian, did you have anything else to add with that?
No, I think we got a good presentation and then we'll have plenty to stay after that. But Matt, do you have the ability to share a screen?
I do.
And
Okay.
while Matt's doing that, just Matt, can you and Stuart both just give a little brief bio on your background and your experience in these types of areas? Because I think this is also significant. If you would do that.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having us tonight, Lane and Brian, and Mayor and members of the council. We're excited to present to you guys tonight. As Lane mentioned, we've got Stuart Isaac here as well. My name is Matt Kingdon. I'm a principal with JKA. We're an architecture firm. We have an office in San Diego as well as Santa Rosa, California, and do work all over the states. We specialize in public projects just like these. We do everything from master plans and programming all the way through, full construction. And we have been working with Lane and the team for a few years now. I'll touch on it as a part of the presentation, but we worked on the aquatic center for that master plan and have been working with the team here for now a couple of years. So Stuart's got a little more specialized background in what we're presenting today. Stu, you want to give your background?
Thank you, Matt. I'm Stuart Isaac and president of the Isaac Sports Group. We are a national consulting firm in sports facilities, recreation facilities. We first started with the city of Marina with the aquatic center. And then we did the initial update and analysis of potential renovation for the sports center. And then when this was revisited, we have now developed a little bit more detailed analysis looking at more options. One of the things I do want to share is that from the first two reports we've done for the city in conjunction with JK Architects, is that we've added another consultant to our team specifically for this project who has experience, actually is coming from, lives in Minnesota and has experience with ice facilities, roller sport facilities, rinks that can do both, multi-function facilities that have the ability to host roller sports, ice sports, as well as a wide range of recreation and fitness activities, and even field sports and court sports. So we wanted to add a little bit more experience and bring it into the mix when we did this analysis. And I think you'll see some of the benefits as we go through this report.
Lane or Brian, anything else to add before we jump in? No? All right. Well, we just went through introductions. Just so you guys know, we've had a couple other people involved from our office. I think Courtney is actually listening in on the presentation, and she's helped put a lot of this together today. And then Jeff Katz, our president, has been involved in a lot of the conversations as well. Agenda for tonight, want to go through project goals, and by project we mean our contract and what we've been tasked with presenting to you today. And then look at the proposed program for the Sports Center, kind of the improvements we're suggesting, and how we came to that, which is really based on the conversations we had with the team, as well as the financial analysis that Stu is going to go through with you tonight. And then we're going to finish with next steps, and those next steps are really kind of our suggestions in terms of how we suggest moving this project forward. So jumping right in. This is the master plan that's been being developed through a separate project, separate contract, but really wanted to use this as a background because we have been aware of this and kind of keeping this in mind and being updated on it as we've gone through our analysis and master planning efforts for both the Aquatic Center and the Sports Center. Just to orient everybody, that B1 on the bottom right corner where we have that black line around it, that's really what we've been looking at, that area, keeping in mind the surrounding park that's being master planned. Previously looking at the Aquatic Center, now looking at the Sports Center. We've also done some analysis of kind of how these can be combined or kind of better programmed in conjunction with each other. And we'll talk about that later in the presentation. So looking at the existing Sports Center, just to kind of touch on what's gone into this so far. So we have done a field investigation. We went out to the site, looked at the existing facility, got a tour of the existing facility, and haven't done as-built or record drawings of the facility, but have gotten a feel for how it's being used, what the current condition is of the facility, and some of the existing deficiencies, and then put together kind of just a basic plan to be able to compare square footages of the existing facility to kind of our new program that we're proposing. So a couple other just clarifications. We're really just looking at the Sports Center facility, not as much around the site. So as we get to kind of looking at what the scope of this project could entail, we'll touch on kind of the things that are known or what was looked at as a part of this report versus kind of what's outside of the building, so to speak. So I'm going to turn it over to Stu to go through the kind of program details and the financials, and then I'll chime back in here in a minute. So Stu,
Okay.
You want to touch on?
Thank you, Matt. And I'll pick up on this slide. In determining and really analyzing the past use, and this goes back to our previous study on this and all the updates we've done for this new version, we went back and looked at the scheduled usage of the Sports Center going back several years, certainly pre-pandemic, to really get us a sense of what it was like at its peak programming. I mentioned quite a few programs in here under current programs in use. Also, there was some lacrosse use. Even basketball was in there occasionally. The racquetball courts, they're 2 racquetball courts, but they have been very limited use as a racquetball court, more for storage and, overflow. And essentially no city programming, and that's a really important part. There's no ongoing city program or access to existing city programs that are really desperately in need of space. Almost all during the school year, all the programming was during the evenings and weekends, limited daytime use during the day, if any, on many days. When the summer opened up, there was a little bit more programming, but not really an extensive full day programming, even in the summer. More programming on the weekends when there was open skate and some other activities and some clinics and things. So the limitations, the floor is really designed for roller sports, not quite as good surface for court sports or other uses. Locker rooms are desperately in need of upgrading and very bad shape. And I think you found that out in some of the challenges when you went into the facility and looked at some of the code updates necessary. And with the design and the boards, very little flexibility in the spaces you have there. So to configure in different ways for different events. So that really kind of sums up where we're starting from. We heard loud and clear in the last city council meeting that we attended that there were really some goals, needs, and I want to stress opportunities that we heard from the city, and then we fleshed that out a little bit. One of the real goals is to expand the use of the sports center to address the lack of recreational facilities throughout the city and really the region in many aspects, and really provide a venue for some expanded sports programming run by the city Department of Recreation. We want to make sure that these programs, not just sport, but also recreation and fitness, can really apply and attract a much broader and inclusive range of Marina residents. So we looked at inclusivity for a wide range, and covering all our demographics within the city is really critical. You wanted to meet these additional sports needs while also looking at maintaining roller sport activities. This was a very important part of our scope, our challenge, is what did it look like if we were able to try to do some different options to maintain roller sports activities. So that was another goal that the city presented to us. Multi-generational programs. So we want to, again, part of increasing the demographics, programs throughout the day. We want to supplement existing sports programs and really even enhance the facilities and expand on the facilities, including the school district and collegiate facilities open to public use. How can we just create more opportunities in every segment of the recreation and sport world? There is the element of what's it going to cost to use. One of the important goals we heard was include a membership model that is financially attainable and accessible for all residents, and even the ability to build in scholarship programs or some kind of subsidy model when somebody may not be able to afford membership or use of the programs at the sports center. Wanted to develop a business model which is self-supporting and does not require significant general tax dollars or hopefully any tax dollars to operate. And then provide synergies and complementary programs that really coordinate and integrate well with the facilities in the master plan. That could be the aquatic center when that comes online, if that's renovation happens, but certainly the park, the sports fields, and the playground, they're all part of this site plan. Okay. Translating the city goals into the goals of our report. Evaluate the implications of incorporating roller sports. That was one of the biggest challenge. What happens if we keep the roller sport arena space as it is with the boards and the same size? What happens if we reduce that space? What are the options to create a separate roller sports facility as part of this overall master plan, or even to create a sports pavilion that's roller sport friendly off-site? All things will show tonight. And then what are the additional facility design opportunities that can really create significant opportunities for the sports center, touching all the community? And we identified the indoor walking track, which was not in the last version. Enhanced multi-sport facility capabilities. We added some features that allow you to have an even more friendly and flexible use of the sports. Turf sport and training area, which I think was another new addition to this. Look at the cardio and strength workout space and equipment. Much like a small fitness club, suitable for use by residents at a very accessible rate, that include workout studios and spaces. One of the important updates was flexible meeting and function spaces. The more we looked at programs that are offered by the city right now and the opportunities for senior programming, for meetings, for classes, health and fitness and wellness, really the ability to add some flexible meeting and function spaces that can even support birthday parties, which was something that came up when we talked about roller sports. But now we have an opportunity to expand to a much wider range. And then what and how can we enhance family, gender neutral, and handicap accessible changing rooms and really improve the locker rooms to something that really users would expect now. So facility programming. Based on the analysis, we looked at instructional programs in sport. We looked at, and that could be outsourced rental groups or in-house city programming through recreation. Fitness, accessory, and walking programs. The walking program is critical. Really, this will be the first time this sports center could really be used for seniors. Sport training, and that's not just court sports, that's field sports. That covers a wide range that you'll see some examples of later. City-run programs, that's sports leagues, youth and adults, that the city cannot run right now, but there is a need for those publicly and affordable run programs that the city could run if they had the spaces. Really important to talk about supporting and enhancing existing city community programs. In analyzing what you're doing now, you have some robust youth programs at the youth center, the teen center, and the senior center. But every one of those facilities is already stretched much beyond their technical capacity. So the opportunity to do so many more things and meet the needs and expand and enhance the programming could be programming within the sports center to coincide as part of your youth, teen, and senior city programming you already do. Outside user groups. We talked about the veterans groups and the VA, certainly the school district, sports leagues and clubs that would rent space, special functions, birthday parties, private rentals, non-sport events like trade shows, expos, large meetings, events, all very important, and expansion of citywide special events, festivals in the park. A lot of this could really support, with its greater flexibility, many activities in the park itself. You can see a lot of the images we're sharing on this are some new ones, ranging from birthday parties to different sport classes to different fitness classes, wide range. So if we move ahead now, we're talking about the different spaces. The gym space is about 9,500 square feet, I believe, with court sports. So we can address all the basketball, volleyball, pickleball, very important, cheer and dance teams, Special Olympics and Paralympic sports, even wounded warrior programs. But also you can do many of the things in field sports that you were doing in the roller rink. You can have, with the good court surface, we can do some lacrosse, we can do soccer. We can have large exercise groups. We can have non-sport functions. We already talked about that. But I want to stress that we're looking at a much better multi-sport court flooring. Multi-sport court, and there is a brand called Sport Court, which we think is the best, has all kinds of options. And there are definitely some options that are made for a facility like this that could support open skating, roller skating, recreational skating, and still be a very good surface for basketball, for pickleball, for volleyball, for fitness classes, and even be a great floor for a wide range of non-sport functions. So very important to understand that the gym space would have a much greater sport flexible court that can cover a wide range of activities. So that's the gym space. Surrounding the gym is a walking track. That is something that you used to think about that as appealing to seniors, the ones that, walk the mall or something like this. However, we're seeing more and more activities, particularly, when you have some, weights in your hand, when you're doing a lot of things. So fitness walking has expanded to a much wider range. It also enhances the circulation around the gym space, because you can see when you open up the gym netting and the walls, you have kind of an open feel for this. So again, you're seeing a wide range, something that's very popular, and it is popular throughout the day. This is, again, one example of that use of the facility, throughout the entire day. One of the next venues within this is what we're calling the auxiliary gym. Once we built the main gym large enough to support basketball courts, 1 basketball court, 2 volleyball, or 3 pickleball, depending on how you configured it, we created a smaller 2,600 square foot gym with turf. We know that the soccer, the field hockey, the lacrosse people were very interested in, training and doing clinics and instructional programs in the sports center. We know that many of those are clinics, many of those are instructionals. So what we can do is we have this 2,600 square feet surface of turf where you can do a number of activities depending on the season. You see, here's an example of a small turf area like this where you can set up batting cages or pitching cages or golf, driving cages. You can also do clinics. You can set it up so it's an instructional venue. Very flexible, and it provides something that certainly is not something that the city has right now. And you usually find this only in the private or for-profit type sport clubs in the market. You go to the next step, cardio and strength. Cardio machines, full range of options with strength machines, free weights, stretching areas, with programs and classes built in, plus the ability on staff to have personal trainers that can work with your clientele, your members. Clearly this is where we see a lot of popular programs, for example, at the Monterey Sports Center. And this won't be anywhere near as large as some of those spaces, but it has a nice size overall square footage here of several thousand square feet that can provide a robust program and great benefit to your members and users. Okay. Not only with the cardio and the strength training rooms, you have fitness workout spaces. That's where you have some smaller rooms where you can do spinning, where you can do different, here's a bar class, you can do seniors, but you can also do dance. You can do martial arts. You can have kids programs. Very important that this also is a great venue for adaptive sport exercise, special needs access and programming, veterans programs. And again, personal training can happen in these. One thing really to take into consideration here, these spaces are designed as studio or workout spaces, but they also have the floor capability that if you have overflow from the flexible meeting spaces, you can use these as other function spaces. You can also use the function spaces we built in for expanded or growing fitness programs. So again, one of the keys that we heard was how do we make this facility as flexible as possible so that it can grow as trends take off in one direction or another. We're looking at a facility that will support the community for decades to come. And the ability to do it now requires this kind of flexibility. Next slide. Meeting and function space. You can see some traditional uses of the function space we've got in here. But again, we already talked about how this can be so flexible. But senior programming, youth center, teen center coordinated programming, community act classes. It could be any number of classes in the rec department, as well as community organizations that could access and rent these spaces for programs is a real opportunity. It can support your teams. Your teams can have team meetings here. You can, a soccer club could have their board meeting in one of these rooms. It supports competitive event logistics. It also supports meeting spaces that can support activities in the overall park. We already talked about birthday parties, social events. This space would be accessible and rentable for community organizations at meetings at a very, very friendly rate. Small catering kitchen or warming kitchen, not commercial kitchen, but just enough to support hospitality functions within these spaces. We have, a good large space that can be subdividable into 2 spaces, or even you can create even smaller spaces if you want to go that way when you get to final design. Very important part that was not a significant component of the last renovation.
You're muted, Stuart.
Okay, I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm trying not to touch anything. Changing locker rooms, gender neutral changing areas, family changing rooms, handicapped accessible changing rooms, open lockers, so that there's storage space, there's lockers accessible to anybody so that you can make use of the locker rooms, the changing areas more effectively and create more space there, with perhaps sometimes your lockers outside that area. There are a lot of new trends. Some of these have come out of how we've had to change with the pandemic in terms of density. Others have changed just by the fact that people are often coming and not using locker rooms as much in the past. They're coming more dressed for their activity. But most important, the ability to have a safe environment for the youth, a safe environment for seniors, for handicapped accessible. Clearly, the locker rooms right now and the changing rooms are desperately in need of upgrades. So we added more space, increased the space of this by, I don't know, Matt, 50 or 60% over what's already there when you look at your full design. So again, a very important part. If we go to the next slide, we're talking about what are the impact of maintaining roller sports. So we took a look at the different options. Right now, the current rink configuration is approximately 18,500 square feet. And that includes some of the squared off area around the curves of the boards. That's essentially the size of an NHL rink. So that's a pretty full-sized arena. Maintaining that is a challenge. If we downsize that to 13,500 to 14,000 square feet, which still meets the minimum requirements for roller hockey, for roller sports, it's much larger than you need, let's say, for roller derby. Roller derby would even fit in the gym space as it's redesigned. Even with the downsized one, you reduce your flexibility of that area, particularly because you've got the boards and things, and it's really difficult to take the boards up and down on a regular basis. So you reduce your flexibility for multiple sports. At 13,500 to 14,000, you eliminate that opportunity for that auxiliary turf gym space. You eliminate the ability to put the walking track in, and you eliminate your meeting function space. You would still be able to do fitness, strength, and cardio, as well as enhancing and increasing the size of the changing rooms. You may also, if you downsize, you may say, well, we don't need the fitness and strength cardio space. Can we put the walking track in? Or can we put the meetings function? We kind of prioritized where the greatest use was, where the greatest value was, what helped make a logical business plan that would be sustainable. So this is how, when we realized that we were losing, 5,000 square feet of space we programmed for other uses, this is what you'd lose. If you maintain the existing roller rink at the current size, then you would still have reduced flexibility of the surface area of that roller sport surface for other sports, but you would eliminate the fitness, strength, and cardio space. You'd further reduce space available for expanded and enhanced locker rooms and changing rooms. And of course, you would lose all the things we talked about in the smaller version. So keeping those spaces dedicated to roller sports, or even with an improved flexible surface, you lose some of these other spaces that we think are critical to a broader use by the entire community, much expanded daytime use during the school year and even in the summer, and a much healthier business model to sustain the operation and not require significant city subsidies to operate. So if we go to the next slide.
Excuse
We
me,
talked a
Stuart.
little bit. Yep.
Just 1 second, Stuart. Are you going to go over the finances before the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. This is the great diagram we put together, mostly with the help of JKA. They did a great job on putting these spaces together. So you can see the locker rooms have expanded. There's open locker areas. There's family changing rooms, which don't exist now. We have larger restrooms. You can see the main sport court, the auxiliary gym, your fitness area, 2 studios, the multi-purpose room, and added storage. So this is the sum vision diagrammatically and design-wise based on all the aspects of what we talked about earlier in terms of programming goals, opportunities, and meeting a lot of existing city needs. 2 volleyball courts can fit on that gym court, the way it's the dimensions are built, or we can have 3 pickleball courts. So very important, particularly because some of those link to some of the things you're trying to do in the overall park. Here's something, and I don't expect you to be able to, read the fine print in this schedule, but in the report we did that is on file with the city, we created a schedule matrix. This schedule matrix has 6 different versions. For the school year, we've got Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And then for the summer, we have Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. This was designed to try to identify all the programs that you could run in this facility. We talked about sports and youth programs, fitness programs, programs in the studio, community programs. That's where it comes into a lot of the after school programs, Boys and Girls Club, veterans programs. We talked about open access, making sure there are times for open free skate, for free roller skating, open. That's still a part that we can do on the gym. Open access to all the workout rooms and the gym, open access to have a shoot around, and shoot baskets during lunch hour. And then we'll talk more about the sports pavilion, but we added all the sports and activities you could do in what we're calling the sports pavilion, which we'll talk about a little bit more. Some people may say this is a lot of detail for this type of level that we're at right now. However, this is critical. It provides a visual to help the community understand where everybody in the community could fit into programs offered at a time that they could use it. That is critical. We want to make sure if there are programs there are also at times when people can use them. It provides a graphic analysis of the space needed to support these. So this links to the design that Matt and his team at JKA put together. It also helps us do the business model because we can see how many hours of court time, how many hours in the auxiliary gym do we have? What can we do in terms of the meeting rooms? What can we rent? So this gives us a way and to also understand the staffing. So this was critical in helping us do the financial analysis. So when we go to this is critical. We looked at, for this particular slide, we started with membership. One of the key questions on membership was, what kind of revenue could we generate on this? So we looked at our projections and we took a very detailed analysis, which is in the report, of all the current updated memberships from our first version of this, what people charge in public and private facilities, whether it's the Monterey Sports Club, whether it's some of the schools that rent some space out or have a membership to a fitness area. We looked at the kind of regular memberships, military memberships, and then daily drop-offs. And in year 2, we looked at over 400,000 in revenue. We think that's a very conservative estimate. This, if you look at the detail in the report, it breaks it out as 866 membership units. So a unit might be an adult membership or a family membership or a couple membership or a senior membership. We're assuming 80% of the members would be Marina residents. Based on this calculation, this projection represents approximately 9% of the households in Marina would have some type of membership. For this kind of community facility where it would be really a real focus of the community, 9% penetration of the total households to have some type of membership is a pretty low point. We think that this is a really conservative estimate. To give you an idea, 866 units, the way we projected based on other comparable facilities, how many would be couples, how many would be family. Then we figured out, okay, counting 4 per family, 2 per couple, it's just under 1,400 members. This gives you approximately 4% of Marina residents would be, some would be using this facility. So we think there's a real upside, but we felt that we wanted to start real conservatively. One thing I didn't include here, but I want to make a point, is that the membership rates, for example, for adult that we used in these projections was $42 a month for a Marina resident, $52 for a non-resident. That's it was $420 for a family annual membership. I mean, for an adult, $520 for a non-resident. Seniors were $37 a month, $46 for non-residents, and then equivalent discount for the annual membership. So we felt these were lower than the Monterey Sports Club. These were lower than many of the facilities, but still got us to a sustainable margin. We felt that this was very important to keep it affordable and to have conservative projections when we went into the overall financials. So that's the membership assumptions we made in doing these calculations. So we then took that and developed a financial model. We didn't try to work backwards from the cost recovery objectives and say, okay, we've got to make these numbers work. We worked from the bottom up. And it wasn't until all the numbers were dropped in that we looked at the bottom line, and we're pretty comfortable that this was really a sustainable operation. I want to stress that that financial model can be utilized ongoing. We gave in our report and in emails, we gave the city the Excel working budgets and all the line item detail, which is about 30 pages of line item detail. It's very important. So this can be a living document for the city management, recreation management to play with this, change rates, come up with what would be the sweet spot. We think we're pretty accurate in terms of market correct rates that are sustainable and community friendly. And then you can use this financial model in developing the programming and management.
I see a couple of hands up. Do we want to wait till the end, or do you want to ask questions now? We're good either way.
Let's wait till the end.
Okay, great.
Okay. So assumptions. Maintenance, custodian, and other services utilize the same assumptions we made for the aquatic center based on what would be provided by the city and if anything needed to be outsourced. All of these projections were based on a standalone sports center. So this is not yet integrated with the aquatic center, where there may be staffing and management and maintenance synergies or efficiencies. And the staffing model is independent of any of the other programs on site. We assume roughly a 50-50 split between outside groups renting space for programming and in-house programming developed by city recreation. Assume most fitness and health and wellness programming this is city in-house programming. This is something that there was real interest in the recreation department to run the health and wellness and fitness aspects of this. We assume coordination and integration with existing city programs and facilities, youth, teen, and senior centers, for example. Those aren't really revenue sources. Those programs are offered at very minimal costs. But this was a very important part that we included when you look at the schedule matrix, but it really wasn't an important part of the revenue model. And we assume most of the special needs, the veterans programs, Paralympic programs are provided by outside groups. although we would build program partnerships with these outside groups, and gradually some of that may come in-house. Okay, so bottom line, we looked at year 3 because that gave us enough time to ramp up. You overcame some of the startup costs. You had relatively mature programming. Critical to see operating expenses, and these are straight operating expenses and do not include an annual capital reserve fund allocation or debt service, which we'll talk about later. We think it's very important to include funding for future upgrades, for future renovation. We know what happens when that money is not budgeted or spent, as what we can see some of the problems that occurred at the existing sports center. So looking at just operations, operating expenses are utilities, maintenance, general office, fixed staff. You've got program expenses. Those are the expenses for instructors or things related specifically to a program, specific program. Operating expenses included a lot of detail. We included marketing. We in turn included credit card registration fees. My colleague that worked with me on this comes from a background of over 40 years of managing sport facilities. So very understanding of all the things that go into your expense budget that often are overlooked. When we looked at the reserve fund in year 3, we allocated $50,000, and that came up what the total expenses would be with the reserve. Revenue, facility revenue, rentals, membership, sponsorships, program revenue, or just the fees for leagues or your fitness program or personal training or yoga classes, things like this. So we can see, again, on the right-hand side, in year 3, the operating deficit or operating revenue, positive revenue was just under $40,000. So not something you're going to get rich on, but it was basically a little above a break-even operation. That calculated to a cost recovery of 104%. 100% is that break-even amount. When you factor in the reserve fund allocation of $50,000, we got down to $10,000 below break-even, 99%. So by the time we got up to year 5, even with the reserve fund, we were breaking even at 101% of cost recovery, without cost recovery up to without reserve fund up to 107%. So it is, with conservative estimates and some aggressive expense costing, we think this is a sustainable facility with this design. Main sources of revenue: membership, programs, gym court rental, and then you got partnerships, the auxiliary gym rental. You can see the examples of the main sources of revenue. I put in soft dollars for sponsorship and advertising, but that is just a little over 2% of the gross revenue. We feel for the kind of events and facilities and use you'll get, you'll be able to do some sponsorship and advertising, particularly some of it in value in kind. So we did have a small number in there. When we look at the main cost centers, staffing is the big one. And that breaks down to facility operational staff and program staff. And then you can see all the other factors in there. Utilities, that's a higher cost than what is currently being paid there, but we know that we have a lot more use. Outside services, that can be what's the components that are outsourced maintenance or outside custodial, equipment and supplies, office expenses. So you get the idea of what the main items are. I want to stress that in this operational expenses, we put in what we call a post-pandemic cost contingency. We know that there will be some new best practices when we come out of the pandemic, whether it's requirements to have more frequent disinfecting of machines. Maybe we need to upgrade our cleaning staff. Maybe there's some other operational programming factors. We also include this into design, but our budget includes, it starts at $50,000 in year 1, but by the time it goes up, each year. So I want to stress that this is in this. Your report will have all this line item detail. If you go to the next slide, this is how, as the increasing from 10,000 in year 1 to 65 by year 5. As it became more and more revenue positive, we gradually increased the amount set aside for the cash reserve for long-term capital replacement and maintenance. And you can see how in our business model, this accrued in year 5, 10, 15, and 20, up to that 1.6 million by year 20. So, don't expect you to read this. This is just to illustrate the format of the profit and loss statement that is the summary in your report of these details. Each of these sections has a whole further spreadsheet of the line item detail for operational expenses, program expenses. You can see this is the one that includes the accumulation accrual of the contributions. It includes the numbers we quoted here. So, yep, that's the detail. Now, one of the key questions, what about the new sports center renovation versus the sports center with the existing rink? We already indicated that, we really wouldn't lose a lot of rental revenue, because where a lot of sport teams are renting the new gym, the roller sports would be renting the existing rink, and they provided some detail in terms of what those numbers might look like. Auxiliary gym, the function space, the fitness space rental, that really disappears, as well as the program expenses revenue. We looked at the program revenue. It dropped significantly. So we can do some classes. We can do some of our own sport leagues in the flexibility we have in the roller rink, but it really drastically reduces the overall programs. The big chunk is the loss of membership. When we lose the walking track and have drastically reduced with the existing rink, we lose the cardio, the fitness, the workout rooms, the strength training area, the things that are really attractive to membership. So we figured there would still be some membership, people wanting to skate, people wanting to participate in some of the activities that you could do on the rink, but it's a significant drop. Bottom line is expenses, the operating costs don't really change in terms of maintenance, utilities. Program costs drop significantly. When you lose a lot of program revenue, you lose a lot of program costs. So the variance was really pretty low in terms of 54,500 was the reduction in expenses. Bottom line is that you have a drop comparing the renovated sports center with the existing roller sport configuration with the large rink. You have just under $500,000 net decrease, or 56% in your net operating revenue. So this is a pretty significant impact. We didn't include in this slide what would happen if it was a smaller rink. That 493,000 would be reduced to about 350,000 based on our calculations, if we just compared the new renovation with a sports center with the smaller 13,500 to 14,000 ring space. We go to the next one. I just wanted to touch base. We did this for the aquatic center too. Based on the programming model, the budget model, the staffing and management model, we have construction jobs, certainly, in terms of 30 to 40 FTEs. Permanent jobs, there really were 4 new full-time jobs in the sports center, but many new part-time jobs and hourly jobs. You can see them listed. Bottom line is, in the first 5 years of operation, adding up all the salaries, wages, and benefits, you're generating $4 million in salaries and wages and benefits to employees of the sports center. So I wanted to make sure you understand that. You saw how big the budget was in operating costs for staff. Well, this is what it looks like over 5 years. So it's a pretty significant component. Based on all the programming, estimates of the use of it during the day, whether it's seniors, teens, youth, the sport groups, everything, we anticipate approximately 300,000 people will walk in and out of the sports center annually. Now, those aren't 300,000 unique people. You know, they're going to be some gym rats that are there every day, or some user groups, or some avid senior who is walking that track 5 days a week. We anticipate those users, because there's also some that will come from outside Marina for the sports groups and things. 20 to 25% would be from outside of Marina. So that's our analysis of the economic impact in the community from this. Now we're going to talk about the aquatic center. If the aquatic center, when the aquatic center is built, not necessarily at the same time, but when both would be open, you'll have annual savings in staffing and maintenance and operational savings that, because of cost efficiencies and synergies, you will save about 125,000 combined in the expenses. And you'll have a general small increment in revenue, because you'll have a lot of coordinated programming. A lot of times where, you know, a parent may come to drop off their kid for swim lesson and goes work out, you know, next door in the fitness room and does an aerobic workout. So your bottom line of net operating revenue increases by approximately 180,000. Again, these are roughly estimated if you had both facilities operating concurrently. We want to go to the next slide. This is again what happens with those same numbers when you factor in the reserve fund, but it also starts addressing the sports pavilion. So let me go on to the next slide, because this will give you a better idea. We took a look at how can you creatively and cost effectively create, with the sports center being used with the new renovation, but what would it look like if you're able to create a roller sports facility that was much more cost effective, that could also have flexibility. So here are pictures, and some of these are from California facilities. We're seeing more and more of these pop up. We see them up north, we see them in Florida, but we're seeing them in California now. I think one of these is from Irvine. We know that this is up in San Jose. Lots of examples. There are a lot of examples shown in the report. Pavilion style roof, open air, but still covered. It's a rink configuration to support roller hockey, box lacrosse, indoor rink soccer. It could support roller derby. Again, a sport court suitable for roller sports, but still flexible enough for other sports. This could be used, depending on the seasonality, for basketball, pickleball, cheerleading, dance, and other activities. It could be used for non-sport activities. It could be used to support activities in the park. The support areas, it has team benches. It has an official penalty box area. Space for spectator bleachers were factored into this. So this gives you a chance to actually have an enhanced roller sport facility at a much lower cost, while still getting the full benefit of a renovation to the sports center that meets a much wider community use. If you go to the next one, worked with JKA on this, and this large one is just about the size, the actual rink itself. We don't have the penalty benches in those other areas. That's kind of what you've already got. We looked at a medium one, which is in the middle, and a small one. The small one is the bare minimum of legal recommended roller sport configuration, but it's very small. The medium one is about the size, in terms of the actual rink size, of what we looked at in that, if we looked at a downsized rink for the sports center. So if you go to the next one, oh, you're still looking at the cost. If you go back, estimated cost of this might be 3 million to 3.5 million. Very low cost in terms of maintenance, operations, open air, so we don't have anywhere near the utilities. And we looked at all of our budgeting models and financial models use the medium size. So if we go to the next slide, Matt, you can talk about this a bit.
Yeah, so we looked at how we could place this adjacent to the existing facility. And I mean, as you can see, you know, without doing too much of a detailed look at this, it would be difficult to incorporate this based on the current master plan because of, I mean, this site, once you add the field space and the playground space and then the required parking, it gets pretty tight. So not that it's impossible, but we found that it was a challenge to try and fit this into the existing site. So something that could be looked at further if this is an avenue you guys wanted to pursue. We also wanted to mention that as a part of the Marina Parks and Recreation Master Plan that's been looked at, that the park located at Second Avenue and Diverte does include something very similar to a sports pavilion in that master plan, right there in the upper right corner. So just wanted to point out that this would apply whether it was at this site or you could look at another site for that outdoor pavilion that Stu described. So a little more detail about costs. So these numbers you see here do not include that sports pavilion. Kind of set that aside and look at just the sports center building. So we did update these from the last time you saw this. And to recap, so the baseline budget is what we estimate, and these are rough estimates of what it would cost to renovate the existing sports center in its existing configurations. This would be to bring it up to current code and improve the structure and envelope of the building to not only current standards, but also something that's going to last for another 20, 30 years, which is usually that lifespan that we look for these public facilities. The proposed budget is what we estimate for the sports center program and renovation that we described to you. So that colored floor plan that Stu touched on with all those programs, including the auxiliary gym and fitness area. So I'll touch on a couple of things here in this list, but there's a lot of variables still. We're obviously still in the bubble diagram phase. And so there's a lot of variables. That's why you see the range. There's some other things that could impact some of this, which I'll touch on. And then this last box here, new build budget. So we feel like it's an important kind of component to balance or to have some context to what the proposed budget is. So this new build budget would be what we would estimate this building, this facility to cost if you were to build it on another site. If you were to pick a blank lot and build this structure exactly as we've proposed it, we expect it would cost around $7 million. So a couple of just highlights. These costs have escalated. We estimate about 25% since you saw these about 2 years ago. There's various reasons for that that I know you guys are aware of, and some of the current challenges with the market. So it's hard to know exactly how that's going to look when this project would get built, but that's part of what this range covers, as well as some other design contingencies. It's also important to note that this is just for the building itself. So we know that there are other site infrastructure costs that would be built into this, but really that depends on how you package this with the aquatic center, how much goes into the park master plan. And so we'll touch on how we address some of those things, but I just wanted to make sure it's clear that this is for the building itself and the improvements that we've described today. Not a part of this report, but just to remind everybody, the aquatic center was originally estimated about $8 million based on what we talked about a minute ago. That's probably up to about $10 million now, just for context. And then we've put some costs and other assumptions based on those site challenges that we talked about. Stu, you want to talk to this one?
Yes. So we took a look at what would happen if there was the sports pavilion, the medium size, on the site of the park. And actually, the sport pavilion with lower and much lower maintenance, utility costs, operating expenses, staffing needs, but with a significant potential revenue model, it actually improves your bottom line. If you had both facilities, the sports pavilion and the sports center as redesigned, you would probably gain another 7 percentage points of cost recovery, even with the reserve capital built in. So example, in the year we looked at, where you had a cost recovery and a profit of $39,000 for the sports center, that would increase to $140,000, almost $141,000 with the sports pavilion, even factoring in the added expenses of the sports pavilion. So yes, it's an added capital cost, but I wanted you to understand that the sports pavilion can be a much more user-friendly, very flexible, low-cost facility that could add roller sports back in create opportunities for a wide range of other sports. And also as a combined complex could even have a better financial return on investment with a, like I said, 7 percentage point increase annually in your operational cost recovery.
So just to kind of wrap this up, wanted to touch on next steps briefly. So not going to read all these bullet points. I'm just going to kind of touch on a couple of the highlights because I know this is a lot of text. So we really have two options that we're presenting tonight. Our suggested option would be to, assuming that we're in support of the current approach to the design, we would want to proceed with a combined design effort for both the aquatic center and the sports center. So we wouldn't design all the way through. We would go through what we would call schematic design and design development phases for the sports center and the aquatic center. What that does is it helps us intelligently plan both projects to make sure that we use dollars effectively. So creating a delineation between the sports center and the aquatic center, where do we start and stop the scope of construction is important to make sure that we intelligently design utilities. We know we're going to have to bring in new utilities. We're going to have to address path of travel to the buildings, parking and circulation. And so by doing the initial design phases for both projects, we can kind of create that smart plan to move both projects forward. At that point, you could move forward with the sports center construction documents and permitting and bidding after that. And you could put the aquatic center, you'd have that initial design and you could choose to move it forward at any point once the funding and approval is in place. Alternatively, we could just look at the sports center and just move forward with the sports center design. As I mentioned, the risks that come with that, you're not looking at as much of the synergies that could be achieved if you were to look at both concurrently. And you're also only looking at utilities and path of travel and some of those issues for the sports center and wouldn't have the opportunity to look at both in a combined approach. I know I went through that quickly. I can answer any questions on that at the end. But yeah, with that, we'll turn it back over to the council.
All right, thank you both for the presentation. I know we're going to have lots of questions. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem suggested an idea I'd like to try tonight if there's no objection by the rest of the council. In order to get to public comment sooner than normal, how about we limit each council member before we go to the public to 5 minutes to ask questions, give comments, but each of us would be on a timer, much like they do in those Senate panels that you see on TV where, you know, they yield their time to the gentleman from Michigan, the remainder of their time or whatever. But it really kind of like that. So it gives each of us electeds 5 minutes before the public gets to weigh in to ask questions, make comments, or we could just limit it to questions. But I know that that's always kind of awkward too. So that would be 20 minutes of us talking and getting answers to some questions. And then we move to public comment. And then after public comment, before we make a motion, we have another chance to talk, and we can talk at that time if we wanted to limit it. But I think Kathy's original idea as proposed to me was not to limit the second go around after the public speaks. But if there's no objection by council, why don't we stick to 5 minutes? And if council does not object to keeping ourselves, each of us, to 5 minutes before public, then we would ask Matt or Anita to give us a 5-minute clock so we could watch as we move through our time. Is there any objection, David, Christina, Kathy, to giving us 5 minutes before we go to public? David, you seem a little sour to the thought.
Only because the idea of the timer, I would like to have that more of a self-monitoring 5 minutes rather than an actual clock. I think we could accommodate that. And I have some reasons for that I could go into, but that's okay.
Okay.
So
well,
other than that, I have no objections.
Okay. So
I have
then,
no objections either. I think the mayor made it clear, though, we would have a limited I shouldn't say unlimited, we'd have more time after public comment. There are 20 people attending, 29 people attending, and I would love to hear from the public.
Okay, so let's do what everyone is saying, including David's idea. So I'll just watch the clock. Like right now, it says on my computer, it says 7:37. And so when someone starts talking, I'll write that down. When it got to 7:42, I would tell the speaker 5 minutes has passed, and that speaker could decide how soon to wrap it up, knowing that we're trying to be equitable. Go ahead, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem.
If you're going to do that, I would just assume rather me see the time so I can modulate my questions. But, you know, I'd rather that than you interrupt me when I'm talking.
Right. So how do we do that, David, so that we know where we stand, but we're not limited exactly to 5 minutes?
Well, as I said, it would be more of Lane has a thought on this too, but that we would just self-monitor. I'm pretty sure we can adjust in our minds what a 5 minute time would be. I can't stand to listen to myself more than 5 minutes, so you know.
I would have no way of monitoring my time, 5 minutes. Lane, did you have an idea?
Yeah, Mayor, if you wanna, I can just run a little timer here, and with 1 minute, I'll just raise my finger 1 minute, and then you can kind of just know from that.
Okay.
That's great.
All right. Let's start with Councilmember Burnett. You raised your hand first, but if you don't want to go now, we can start with Christina. You have 1 minute left, David.
Yes, right.
I promise, I would be brief.
I would prefer to go anyway. So yeah, I want to thank the design team. I think you guys did a good job of presenting the pros and cons. I'm a little, I guess I'm not convinced with your revenue projections and how the utilization would be for our city. I think they're fairly optimistic, although I do believe that we in the city do wish to become more engaged and athletic. And I know our mayor would gratefully lead an exercise class once this is all done. So, but anyway, so the idea, this pavilion, it seems to have come, I wasn't really prepared for how that would work. So I guess my questions are one, the revenue or the utilization projections. You seem to have some fairly reasonable metrics or accountings for how you got to that. So I do understand that. But if you had any other comment on what the utilization would be, and from that, the revenue projections, I'd appreciate that. The pavilion would seem to me kind of a seasonal thing. I mean, we don't really have season. I'm from the Midwest, so I don't think we have winter or fall here. I think it's just nice all the time. So, but it would seem to me that the pavilion would have maybe a 9-month utilization time frame, not a 12-month. And the timing of the buildings, could something be completed and utilized while construction started on another phase of it, or would it have to be, you know, all completed before we could actually start having programs and getting revenue generated? Those are my questions.
Go ahead, Stuart.
I will start with the first two, and then Matt, probably the third question would go to you. You talked about some of the metrics that we used to get to where we were. We looked at a lot of detail in terms of rates at other facilities, scheduling of other facilities, the usage, the occupancy rates. We also took a look at and reviewed these all with Terry in Recreation and with city management staff to really understand what they thought about these projections. So we spent a lot of time developing these from the bottom up. In the report, in the line item detail, there's a lot of detail about the assumptions we make. For example, we go down to the details of how many fitness classes, at what rate, at what times of year and all these things to build from the bottom up. We have very detailed analysis of rates and salaries and wages and hours and things. So there's a lot of detail in the final report that will, I think, give you a real sense of the validity and the logic behind these that are established. It's tough in a very short period to go over all these in a report like this. You mentioned the pavilion as a potentially a 9-month. We're seeing more and more of these pop up. And I looked at the ones, the 3 or 4 that are very active in California, and the report mentioned some of these, of what they really have a year-round schedule, because they are really able to be flexible enough to do different activities. You mentioned being from the Midwest, and of course, so am I, and our consultant is actually, that worked on these kind of facilities, is in Minnesota. And we talked about how they're used in the summer. Many of them turn into ice in the winter, but again, really year-round activity, and what you can do to enhance that year-round activity. So that was one of my first concerns. Well, what would happen in California? How seasonal would it be? But looking at the ones in San Jose and Irvine and a few others in the state, really they have robust 12-month activity and usage. So Matt, I think the next one was really kind of a building process.
Yeah, I thought you were asking me about this seasonal. Maybe you could repeat the question on that. Sorry if I didn't catch it.
So my question has to do with the availability of the facilities. What would be the rollout? Would you have to, build it all, or do you see a phase that we would complete part of it and then,
Yeah, so I guess that there's a couple of components to that. Obviously, funding from one standpoint of, if you want to fund both facilities, because it is additional to what we proposed for the sports center. I think fitting it into that master plan, if we wanted it to be adjacent to the sports center, then we would have to do a more detailed kind of look at that master plan and figure out how to work that in. So I think you could go either way. From a financial analysis standpoint, obviously that would have impacts. I'm not sure if I appropriately answered your question, but hopefully.
We're about 5 minutes, maybe a little over. Kathy? I'm sorry, Christina Medina Dirksen?
Could I just say that my intention was that the 5 minutes was for the actual questions, but the people answering would have the time to answer. It wasn't 5 minutes related to the questions and the answers, because there's no control over that in terms of people from the dais asking questions.
Right, well then that could blow it up to be 10 or 15 minutes per person.
Right, but we've also had people from the dais going on for a lot more than 5 minutes. So there's an attempt to structure that piece.
Well, David stayed within the 5 minutes almost. So why don't we just keep it, including the answers? And then we have to prioritize our questions to try to stay within that 5 minutes, because we told the public 20 minutes of us, and then we go to them. That's the only way we're going to get there in that reasonable amount of time. So David did a good job leading us. Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Council. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Bruce Delgado, and thank you very much, team, for presenting this project to us. I have a question about, I love that we're maximizing space. One thing I wondered though, was there space for administration? I noted in the option that had a second floor to it that there was. Where would staff be accommodated, whether it's a meeting room, changing room, whatever? That's my first question. The second one is looking at the schedule. I didn't notice that it fit in practices. Is that correct? Thirdly, what projections did you use for skating and the pavilion space? I think I need to hear the cost on that and what it would bring up, what it would bring as in addition to the renovations. And I think that's it. Yes, those are my quick questions.
I can touch on the first one and then throw it to you, Stu. In the current proposed design, we do have 400 square feet of office space included. to deal with the kind of immediate on-site staff. That's tight and probably undersized for what this facility would utilize. So some of that we talked to staff would be off-site or housed in another area. So that would be just on-site office staff. One of the things we looked at was what we called the connector building. Didn't go into too much detail today. That was something we talked about in our last presentation. And that is something we would look at as a part of that if we were able to move forward with the design of both projects together, at least for the early design. We would look further into this connector building. And really what that was intended to do is create some efficiencies in circulation so that members could kind of share an entrance and go either way, either to the sports center or to the aquatic center. Would also provide some shared staff space so that we gain some efficiencies of that space and kind of pull staff from both facilities, house them in this kind of what we call the connector building. And then it also added some additional rental space for birthday parties and meeting rooms and stuff like that. So that's something we would look at if we were to proceed with both design options.
You raised the question about schedules. In that schedule matrix, we didn't specify for outside user groups or in-city programs whether it would be used for practices or games. We just said, okay, this is space to be able to be used for games by these outside groups or club teams. We did not feel that we could make that decision. We just know they would use the space for whatever purpose they would go. So that's flexible within the schedule. Basically, whether it's a game or a practice, the rental is pretty similar. And then in terms of revenue with the sports pavilion, on site, the sports pavilion added an additional $220,000 in gross revenue to the business model, with only an increase of about $120,000 in expenses. And again, those are I'm kind of averaging one of the middle range years. You'll see it broken down by years 1 through 5 in the detail.
And then what numbers did you use to come up with the skating figures?
Well, actually, we used some of the numbers reported when pre-pandemic, when there were open skates held at the sports center by the management at the time. So we took a look at what they were reporting in terms of number of uses, number of skaters, what they were charging for the skates, and really kind of extrapolated that, and actually thought that with this facility, we'd probably have a little bit of increase in that. But we didn't increase it much at all. So we tried to have a similar schedule of times that they used, but also add some additional times on Friday evenings, and certainly maybe some expanded family activities where you could have multiple things going on for family activities in the overall sports center.
Did it also specifically include numbers from the skate league, the hockey team leagues, and the roller derby teams?
We did not. What we did was we just generally included rentals for outside groups. We didn't say, well, this night would be basketball, this night would be roller derby or things like that. So we just had pretty standard rental rates for all the user groups, not making decisions of which user group would be in when.
I was meaning this number of skates, the skate population. That's my question. Did the number of skate population include roller rink users, not just the free skate, but the league plays as well as the roller derby plays?
In terms of the number of 300,000 people using it a year, or I'm not sure what.
Yes. Well, yes, I guess what I'm figuring is if you did
300,000 was all users for all programs across the board.
I guess I'm trying to figure out, did you have a census number of how many people used it for skating, including the roller rink, free skate, including the league play, and including the roller derby? Did you have a census of their numbers? That's what I'm asking.
You mean for the existing facility?
That is correct.
We had hours. We went back the first time we did this, and we had data from pre-pandemic years of their scheduled time during the day, how many hours they used, and we could extrapolate that from how many people were on the rink. So we had some rough numbers back then, and we actually utilized, in terms of the rental space for the pavilion, some input from the roller people that they had submitted actually, and I think some comment to the city of how many hours and what kind of membership they would have. So we took a look into doing that in the sports pavilion. Obviously, that is not relevant to the renovation projects because we didn't have the hockey teams in there. We only had the open skates and recreational skate in the renovated plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so that was about 6 minutes, so we're sticking close. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Viala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my first question is, are there going to be any seats for spectators watching any of the activities? And if there are no movable risers planned, maybe we need to consider parents waiting to pick up their kids or wanting to watch them practice, et cetera. I really liked your setting aside some additional funding for the COVID precautions, but I also wanted you to see if you could address some maybe infrastructure things that you're considering for COVID. For example, high-grade air ventilation in the system or automated doors for the bathrooms, automated faucets, flushing, hand dryers, et cetera, because that would be also things to consider for COVID. I wanted to know the maximum occupancy capacity for the whole facility. And is there enough sort of walkway places for people to get to different venues, especially the ones that are in the back of the main sports center venue? And also that impacts the parking. And I know that you said that designing both the aquatic center and the sports would probably be synergetic. And I think parking would be an absolute synergy that needs to be considered. I would want you to know that you have enough parking space just for the one facility and then expanding into the aquatic center. Also, refurbishing floors. You said that as opposed to the hockey derby, that would go 9 to 11 years would last. For the one that you've configured currently, it's for 7 to 8 years. How much does that refurbishing of the surface cost? And is that going to be the funds, and it will be covered by the amount of set aside that your budget included?
Okay, lots of questions there. I can answer some and Matt can answer some. First of all, seating. There is space around the court spaces for tip and roll bleachers. We didn't want permanent bleachers. We wanted the tip and rolls, which could be moved so that they could be moved to different parts of the facility, depending on the sport, depending on the configuration, whether it's 1 basketball or 2 volleyball. And in fact, they could be moved outside for some of the outside field sports.
Great.
Again, flexibility. And I'll answer mine, then we'll go back to COVID design. In taking a look at the maximum capacity, we looked at different numbers like that. Based on code, I don't have a number I can give you right off the top of my head, but certainly when we look at the average loads of those field spaces, those workout rooms based on the number of machines, usually the anticipated use is under the code requirements. So I don't think it's going to be a capacity issue in terms of code or entrance or egress. Your more important question was the circulation. If you looked at the design that Matt had, at some points, the walking track can actually be part of your circulation, but there was enough space surrounding this where we probably had, of the total square footage, 10 to 15% of that is not specifically program space in each of the venues. It's the circulation space. So I don't know, Matt, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, so for a concept level kind of plan like this, especially when we're working off some really rough estimates for the building footprint, we haven't defined every circulation path. What we do is we just apply a square footage factor based on our previous projects and kind of standard. So even though the bubbles kind of go right next to each other, that kind of incorporates a percentage factor for circulation.
Wonderful, thank you.
In terms of the court surface, a multi-sport court, the good high quality ones, we think they should be replaced every 7 to 8 years. Existing courts have lasted longer in the current facility. That is replacing one of those, depending on the model you get, is nowhere near the cost of, let's say, replacing a turf field or something. You can do that below $100,000 for resurfacing the court, depending if it's a total replacement or just a resurfacing. All of that is part of what that cash reserve, that capital reserve maintenance budget is for. But that is much more. There's so much more in that. When the water heater goes, or who knows
Sure.
what could happen. But all the things.
But you've covered. Covered it.
Yeah, the 1.6 million over 20 years is really good for this, and a lot more has been invested in the building in the past.
Great. Can you address the COVID?
From our point of view, we look at it from a management perspective, knowing that we may have to have some added spacing, more partitions in the locker room, more circulation space. So there's, again, going back to circulation, more space at the front desk check-in. When it comes to what Matt will be involved with, it's, again, enhanced air quality, filter systems, all the new things that go with it, the no-touch water, water bottle fillers as opposed to a drinking fountain. Matt, you can kind of run with that.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that briefly. I think that's something that we can look further into as the design goes, obviously. But I would say what we're seeing overall is that a lot of those things we would be doing anyway or suggesting anyway. So those would obviously be included in that cost. I think there are some enhancements that we are considering for certain facilities. But what we're also seeing is that there are a ton of new products in competition for those things. So while if we were to do this today, there might be a larger premium. We're seeing some of those things get more competitive when we're starting to look at 2 years from now when construction would happen or something like that. So I think it's a good point, but I don't expect it to have a huge impact on that budget cost range.
Great. Do I have 30 seconds left, Mr. Mayor?
You're at 7 minutes now.
Oh my gosh. Oh, geez. Thank you.
All right. I think since December last year, I've been indicating I was dreading this night because I was afraid we were going to plan to eliminate hockey, but I'm glad that we have an option tonight to keep hockey. I was also worried that when we closed it, we wouldn't reopen it. Lane, what's the status of it? Are we taking care of the red tag items yet?
No.
That's good. That's all right. So my concern is that we take a long time to do things. And so at this rate, planning it, constructing it, to David Burnett's point, when's it going to be open before we end construction? So this could take years to open the doors. So my question is, do we need to do anything? What's the minimum amount of time that we could do minimal renovation to allow previous uses to continue until we get the Cadillac approach that we're talking tonight?
Well, Brian can jump into that, but I think Matt kind of touched on there and said to just bring the existing building up to all the codes, just keep the existing use. He had that base thing at 2.5 million. As we brought in our consultants to look at it, we were over $1 million, not even bringing everything up to code, but just the bare minimum, which is why we haven't proceeded, because the cost is so much. You're much better off moving forward with the actual renovation of the facility.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In your concluding proposition, you talked about getting going right away with the design for the sports and the aquatic. And my question, and is somewhat of a concern, if that did not include also the design of the pavilion. So can you clarify if your proposal concluding your presentation tonight was to exclude the design of the outdoor pavilion and only go ahead in the near term with design of the sports center and the aquatic center?
So if it was the desire to look at including the sport pavilion at this location, we could definitely include that as a part of that design process.
You gave two optional locations, right? They were close to each other, but outside?
Correct. We did look at two locations.
Okay. You talked about a commercial kitchen too much, and maybe like an appetizer kitchen, which I think if we have at our Marina library, but we have a commercial kitchen at our community center, which is great. So what does it take in space and dollars to upgrade to a commercial kitchen?
Matt, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, I think from a square footage standpoint, kind of the minimum size commercial kitchen, we'd probably be around 300 square feet. And cost wise, let's see.
Ballpark.
Yeah, I'd say an ad of between $50,000 and $100,000, not significant, I guess.
All right. On the prices for memberships, I think that they're too high for many Marina residents. So asking a family to pay $450 a year compared to what they get now, $20 with $10 to be a teen center member and a senior center member, you bump that up to $450. There's a lot of people in Marina that's the first thing they're going to cut when time gets hard. So did you do any attempt to budget in scholarships, discount rates, so that it's not costing $450 per family?
There is in the report budget line item detail, there is a line item for scholarships and subsidies, not a very big one yet. What we did was we took a look at the rates around all the other facilities around the area and talked about this with city staff, with recreation staff, and felt that looking at what other facilities are charging, that these were below the existing market rates for public facilities in the peninsula and in the area.
Right.
So it would be, I think it'd be worthwhile to take a look at that large spreadsheet, which has a lot of different facilities. Because we know that the specific teen programs, youth programs, senior center are very focused programs, limited times during the day. And we know that those are great deals for the residents. There's no doubt about it. But this is kind of a step up in terms of really thinking of it as a membership model.
All right, thank you. Last question I have time for. I thought we asked you to consider expanding the building that's standing today to allow for more space. Did you consider that?
Yeah, we did look at that, and I would say because of some of the challenges with parking and the current master plan approach, there really is no opportunities, in our opinion, to expand the square footage without relooking at the entire master plan.
Okay, I think I have time.
I will add to that's what really led us when we looked at that to consider the option of the sports pavilion in a much more cost-effective way than what we would have to go through to expand to accommodate the added space.
Okay, I think I have time to make a final comment, not a question. It sounded like there's a $75,000 profit with the pavilion. It costs so much, but it brings in so much. There was $75,000 profit. So you would pay off the $3.5 million cost in 40 years. So I just want to throw that out there that, if we did the outside pavilion, it's really a 40-year investment before we're back to being in the black. Not that that's our goal, but it's something to keep in mind, whether it's worthwhile or reasonable. Okay, so that took approximately 6 minutes. So we all did really well. Thank you, everybody. Let's go to the public. We only have 3 hands up, so it makes it a lot easier, everybody in the public, if you're going to speak, to raise your hand early on, so we're not asking for more speakers when we're out of hands. But let's start with Peter Lay. Go ahead, Peter, and thanks for joining us.
No, I don't have any questions. I raised by mistake.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Maybe you'll come in later. Let's go to Chad Hutchins. Chad, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so quite a bit of comments here. So it does, it kind of felt like I sat through a business presentation more than I sat through kind of like a public recreation presentation on what could be there at the facility. Lots of concerns. I can, at the very base value, if we just take some of the financials, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. 2.5 to keep kind of the current thing, get it back up to code, or as you're proposing through most of the presentation, it seemed like, even though I believe council directed staff to look at including hockey into this presentation more, and I was or any roller sports in general, and it seemed like it was kind of just tacked on as a shed at the end. That's like 3.2 to 4.4. I'm also really concerned that to put the shed with no walls outside is $3.5 million. So we're looking at $8 million total if we try to do the thing that we're saying we want to do to stay in the black, so to speak, even though this is a government proposal. So $8 million is an awful lot. I mean, at that point, we only allocated $3.5 million in the 2-year budget now. And I'm glad Mr. Mayor brought up, hey, what are we doing in the short term? Well, Mr. Long already said, we were already looking at over $1 million just to bring it back up. So concerning that the estimates even there are wrong. I'm also, I can kind of tell that you didn't have a meteorologist or a climatologist on the staff. I am one, and also I've played in outdoor facilities before. The cities that you mentioned, San Jose and Irvine specifically, are, California is quite a large state, and we are on the coast, and we're in Central California as well. Our climate is a lot different than those, and I came from the Southeast as well, so I understand what it is to have 4 seasons. As Councilmember Burnett said, you're not going to get 12 years. You're not going to get 12 months out of this. It's just physically, atmospherics involved. It's just not going to happen. We get marine layer fog that comes in. You can't skate on that. So things like that, you're going to reduce the amount of things that occur with that. I'm also concerned with the kind of the numbers. We already have a facility on 2nd Avenue as well that has a pool and that also caters to our citizens who happen to be more senior. We also have, Anytime Fitness, and that's just on that same road as well. If you want to include CSU and B, you may. These numbers seem incredibly optimistic for this. And I would ask that council, I would like to see a resolution of kind of solidifying what the goal of this facility, these areas are supposed to be. Because it seems like this facility is trying to become a catch-all for everything in Marina that we already have, outdoor sports for, or we're going to allocate that basketball. We already spent $200,000 on pickleball a mile down the road. So I would love to see some clarification and some kind of solidification on what the plans for this really should be, and get that guide and get that kind of on paper to staff, so that vision of what, over 1,000 people signed a petition for online for, or are asking to keep in that facility, if those things that the citizens are asking for can still be met as part of goals. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Dirksen, and the rest of the staff as well, for continuing to listen to the citizens. I just hope we can get somewhere that is actually feasible with the amount of money that we actually have allocated. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Let's go to Megan Stone Hutchins. Good evening, Megan.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Sorry about that.
No
Technical
problem.
difficulties. My name is Megan. Thank you very much. My husband just spoke, Chad Hutchins. I just wanted to expound on a comment that he made regarding the lack of meteorologists or climatologists on the staff. I too am a meteorologist. Actually, I'm a 13-year climatologist here in the area. I did some real quick research based on the resources that I have available to me. One of the things or the places that were mentioned in the presentation were Irvine, San Jose, and Florida, and also the mention of Minnesota. I'm not even going to expound on Florida or Minnesota because those climates are nowhere even comparable to Marina or the Central Coast, but I will bring up San Jose because that is close geographically. I think people can think because it's close or it's in the same state that it could be a representation or a proxy of the kind of climate that an outdoor arena would experience. So just looking quickly, right now we know that before the current facility closed, hockey was really played in the evenings. And also I saw in the proposed kind of example schedule of events that was in the presentation that would continue as a proposed way of continuing hockey in the sports arena. Between the hours of 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. local here in Marina, just in the month of July, we have fog, 100% chance of fog that will usually occur 35% of the time, upwards to 50% of the time if we're in a specific El Nino event. So we're looking at the summer months as potentially having hockey unplayable upwards of 30 to 50% of the time. I don't have a whole lot of confidence that this was considered. And I don't have any confidence that Irvine, California is a representation of this either. I would highly recommend that somebody engage with the National Weather Service or just bring in a professional meteorologist onto the staff to just take a look, compute some numbers, and really determine if this is a feasible thing to do. Just to note that in San Jose, they have fog less than 8% of the time all year. In the summer months, they have fog 0% of the time. So we have a very, very complicated, complex climate system here in the coastal areas of California. So we need to be very careful when we make these kinds of climate assumptions. And I know that Councilman Burnett kind of touched on this question as well. So I think that was all the points that I wanted to make with that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Megan. Let's go to Larry Moonen. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hey, everybody. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. A lot of this is very frustrating because there are all sorts of facts and figures thrown out here that where I think had your consultants had some real input from the people who've lived there and been part of that operation, or at least know what it's about, would have impacted a lot of the numbers that we've heard tonight. But all that aside, I'm not here to debate that. I can tell you that, the $1 million operating budget, we ran on a shoestring there. I think there was some mention of operating cost over 5 years. I mean, we probably ran that place at an operating cost of under $100,000 for the last 5 years. So a lot of the things included to get to $1 million operating budget are just beyond me. But in any event, I don't want to beat this to death, but I think it sounds like, this proposal basically takes our hockey community and probably the roller derby hockey community, both very vibrant and passionate communities that could easily be extended to Marina. Another piece of this is that part of why Marina residency has never been involved to a great degree is this business has never been promoted as a business to anybody, including the people who showed up and played there. We were drawn by the sports. So everything we built there was purely from our passion and love of those sports. And I think, again, we might have done much better, could do better in the future. But if we're talking about an alternative facility, to my knowledge, there is no open air pavilion in Northern California that hosts inline hockey. I think you're talking about Silver Creek. Silver Creek is not an open air facility. They may play with the doors open like we did, but it's not open air, and it is much warmer there. So I think there are alternative structures that we could talk about. A tented facility, a Teflon, a pole barn structure of some sort, but something with sides that's enclosed. We've never had heat in the building. We wouldn't miss that at all. So we don't have to talk about the cost for that. We had water. We didn't even have warm water. I know we'd need hot water. We'd need lights. But there are a lot of things you could do in a building that wouldn't cost $3.25 million to build, in my estimation, that could be enclosed and be a lot more functional, a lot more secure, include all the flexibility we talked about. But I'm just hoping that as the city contemplates displacing this real community that's achieved a lot of the things that you're talking about, has already achieved that and more, something you may never get back for a lot of the residents of the peninsula in general, that you're willing to consider alternatives and gain a greater share of our input to do that, because I think we have an awful lot to offer. And I just don't feel like, other than showing up and expressing our passion here and doing what we can, I don't think there's been a lot of the right kind of communication back and forth. And I think we've invested more time and effort in this in the last 10 months than the previous owner did in the past 20 years in terms of building a relationship with the leadership of Marina. And we'd like to do a lot more of that, but we really need to know that there's hope in a future. There's an awful lot that we could do, but we need to be, we need some outreach and we need some engagement. And I think if we do that, we can come up with something that's very workable, feasible, and productive for the city of Marina and the peninsula in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Let's go to Elizabeth Plant. Hello, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Elizabeth, if you can.
1 second, I think there's echo. You should be able to hear me now.
Good evening. We can hear you. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This was a very interesting presentation, in my opinion. I find the comments are very insightful as well. But in general, I'm very pleased to see that this plan appeals to all demographics in the city. It's not only for one group of people or one community. It will serve seniors, the youth, it'll serve the general population. I think, I didn't count, but there must have been maybe 50 uses or functions for the plan. I understand a lot of the comments are geared towards the outdoor skating rink system there. But in general, I don't think we've talked a lot about the actual sports center. I mean, the city is growing and its services have not. There's a generation of Marina residents who were around during the heydays of Fort Ord and benefited from the wonderful infrastructure and programming that was available to all its military families. And now we live in a city that does not have infrastructure, that does not have a lot of programming, because we don't have the buildings, we don't have the possibility and all the flex spaces that this beautiful architectural plan offers. Now, if we were to build this sports center, the only limit would be our imagination. What kind of programming can we not have in that building? There's been a lot of comments about the weather, about the skating rink, and I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a personal trainer and fitness instructor, so I know that. In terms of year-round or not use, trust me, there are people who will use outdoor spaces throughout the year. Monterey Bay Moves clients and community will, as we have been for the last 2.5 years. And we are here in Marina and we exercise outdoors no matter what the weather is. But I am not familiar with the fog and skating rim risks and all that. But I think the point I'm trying to make in my comment is this about the skating rink, or is this about the skating rink and the skating community, or is this about the Marina community and the Marina residents in general? What is the percentage of Marina residents that are positively impacted by having this sports center and plan adopted versus saying no, because right now there are maybe a few hiccups around the skating rink option and having it enclosed or not. Maybe that's something that can be worked out later or separately. So that these are concerns that I don't think outweigh the benefits of all the many benefits that are in this plan, which are having programming and options for generations to come, for groups, for sports, for so many people. And I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity that we have to make a difference and create something that not just the city, its residents will be proud of, and will be proud to call Marina home, because now after the hours of 5 and 6 p.m., there will be something to do. There will be activities and programming for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I appreciated the presentation tonight. Am I unmuted now?
We can hear you.
Okay, because it showed on my screen that I was suddenly muted. I would like to agree with Elizabeth Plant. This is just phenomenal as far as I'm concerned, because it offers so many opportunities. I'm almost 70 years old. I have a almost 3-year-old granddaughter that I take care of 5 days a week. To be able to have a family membership where I could exercise doing one thing, she could be in a group with toddlers, preschoolers, etc., doing something that's fun and physically active for her at the same time would be huge. And I know I'm not alone in that. I know that there are families here with young children that would love to be able to go someplace together where they each enjoy activities designed specifically for them at the same facility. I think it's amazing. I understand that we have a large group of people that have used that facility for roller sports for many years. However, roller sports is a niche. It is not the entire city of Marina. It doesn't offer anything else to the citizens who live here. So for me, I want something that all of us can participate in. I love the idea of the pavilion. I heard from the two climate people. And yes, I've lived here for 34 years. We have lots of fog. However, there are things you could do with the pavilion that most of the time it would be open air, drop down canvas sides when it's foggy. You need light in order to use it at night. You don't need heat. Roller sports are high intensity activity. They don't want heaters on. So you need light. The other facilities can be used by them for changing, et cetera, whatever storage of their equipment. That should not be an issue, and the fog should not be an issue. It's raining right now. Again, this is a time when you could just drop down canvas sides, or maybe you have plexiglass on the, especially on the west side where we also have strong winds. But there are things that could be incorporated into the design of a pavilion so that it could be used 365 days out of the year. I've lived all over the United States, from coast to coast to coast. Yes, Gulf Coast, East Coast, West Coast, Hawaii. I've lived where it snows, where it's icy. I've lived where it's really hot. And people enjoy recreating outside in all kinds of weather. So I don't think that the fact that we have a very unique climate here truly makes us that unique. It's just the type of climate, not the fact that we have obstacles to overcome that I believe are easily overcome. So I look forward to seeing the council vote to move this forward. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for our entire community to have a place to be together, to enjoy recreating for people of all ages and all interests. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Lisbeth Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council. Thank you, everybody, for the wonderful presentation tonight. I think the city definitely should treat this as a business. The city no longer can afford not receiving any rent for such a facility. It should be self-sustaining. I already was impressed with the reports about the sports center and the aquatic center from a couple of years ago. And after tonight's presentation, I am very hopeful that it will be doable to change this existing building into a successful sports center that can be used for not only sports, but so many other uses for many people of all ages. On a side note, the consultants might not be aware that the conceptual design for the adjacent sports park, future sports park, can be changed because it has been decided that all barracks will be removed and many residents, including me and Mr. Mike Owen especially, hope that some of the trees there can be saved. Regarding the sports center, I will keep it very short. Go council, go. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Desi Murphy. Hello, Desi.
Good evening, thank you. I do want to echo some of the sentiments earlier regarding an outdoor pavilion. I believe it's mainly offered in this discussion as an alternative due to removal from the gym plan, which is fine, but they're very real concern about year-round access. If you're pitching it to the roller sports community, means it's not really viable year-round. You'll lose considerable access, and no walls will not solve that issue. We've been inside walls when the humidity is significant. You still cannot be have roller sports inside. So please consider that. And if this build out does include a gym space that can accommodate some sort of roller sports inside, that'd be fantastic. But we have often run into situations in other communities where there's a promise of skate time, and it gets lost for a number of reasons, scheduling reasons, over concerns about the sufficiency of saving the floor, the durability of floor versus roller sports that are often unfounded. But just to keep in mind that these proposals are just that. Sometimes a significant roller sports community that has its foothold here, that has grown, that is still growing very, very rapidly, and is a rare bird in the tri-and-quad county community, does warrant some consideration. And we have come out very strongly in the last couple of years to make sure those issues are heard. So it's great to have a shiny new building to stare down. It will, of course, get better use with marketing and any other new walls and roofs. But to make sure that this as a public facility is used just for that. We do have group exercise space. We do have cardio, and we do have weights within a frozen puck's throw of this current Water City building. So the build out of another gym on the exact same mile stretch seems a little bit strange. But if this is indeed a community center, we need to consider what the current residents have and users are pitching to the council and to the mayor, and the trajectory of certain sports in this area, trends and fads and usage. And the community that is coming in is a diverse community. Tech people are buying up these houses, and they're coming from all over the states, and they do play all types of sports. So if we're going to protect things like pickleball and outdoor basketball, pump tracks and the like, well, let's continue to look at these sports that our community does want and has been growing towards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Desi. Let's go to Greg Simmons. Hello, Greg.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation. I'm not 100% up to speed on the plans, so I'm glad to hear all about it this evening. I think that the sports center idea with the most number of users and different types of sports makes most sense to me. It seems like a reasonable compromise to have whatever fashion of skating in the outdoor pavilion with the cover, I understand it to be. But I think really what we're looking at, what's the most use for the most residents of Marina? It'd be nice to be a sports center for the whole region, but I think the priority ought to be what do we get the most use for the most Marina residents. I think Nancy Amadeo, Elizabeth Plant, where they expressed their opinions, I really support kind of where they're headed with theirs, and I'm going to just end my comments with that. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Jorge Melgoza.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Jorge.
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks everyone for being on the call. Yeah, I'll keep mine really short. I won't take longer than a minute. I just want to echo what the last couple speakers have said. I live here in Marina. I can see the facility pretty much from my window, and I'm really excited to finally have a facility for public use for everyone. Yeah, my line of business, so I'm not a meteorologist, I'm not in fitness, but I am an accountant, I'm an auditor, and bottom line is, how I see it is I want the money to stay in Marina, and what better way than to have a public facility that could allow that as well, instead of having our money go, other places, Monterey, Carmel, Santa Cruz, San Jose, these are the places where I'm going right now to get access to these public facilities that we're going to be hopefully having in the real and near future. And so yeah, I'm excited for that, and I think I'll end it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge. Let's go to Tanya Roos. Good evening, Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good evening, Tanya.
Wonderful. I'm here on behalf of the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County, and thank you to Council for previously adopting a resolution of support. Blue Zones Project is all about trying to make healthy choices easier and more accessible for the broader population and community across all of Monterey County, and specifically the peninsula cities of Marina, Monterey, and Seaside. And the conceptual design of this sports center, aquatic center, and the surrounding city park is exactly gonna make healthy physical activity, natural movement, and social cohesion much more accessible for the community. I wanted to read a short excerpt from a letter that my colleague Dan Burden, who's a nationally recognized policy expert, he submitted in the public record. The comprehensive multi-sport and multi-use, multi-age remake of this property will serve Marina and regional residents well. The broader its use, the more the center becomes an essential center for community life. The design and programming proposed this evening is holistic, comprehensive, inclusive, and meets the needs of the greater community. It supports both programmed activities and spontaneous, independent recreational and social uses. It will act as a social glue to keep Marina intact and impactful across generations. We have entered an age where exclusive or single-purpose designs often work against our desired outcomes. Precious resources of place and budget must maximize benefits to all people by maximizing the social uses of the space. A well-designed facility that engages people will add to Marina's livability and serve as an important asset to help attract and retain key workers. Through comprehensive design and programming, the planned property remake will help Marina achieve healthier, happier people and place. Thank you to everyone who put such excellent thought into the proposal. I urge the council to move the project forward this evening. I especially appreciate the broader vision and the bike and ped trail connectivity within the city, the incorporation of the Fortag Trail, the Tatum's Garden inclusion as well. I think it's just going to be a tremendous asset, not only for the city of Marina, but the greater region. So thanks so much for all the great work that has gone into this.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Good evening, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. You can hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Much better than a week ago. So first, I just want to thank the design team. I am really very excited. I was very excited some years ago when I first saw this presentation. Well, not this presentation, but when I saw a presentation pre-COVID, and I remain excited. As Stuart said when he started his talk with you tonight, this is about sports, it's about recreation, and it's about health. And that this building, the Marina Sports Center, will be inclusive of all three of those, of many ages within Marina, and of mixed interest and needs. I'm especially excited about some of the additions that this revised plan has that you're seeing this evening. I'm 63 and I have a 95-year-old mother who is still able to walk using her walker, and I'm pretty excited about bringing over for that walking path around the outer edge of the Marina Sports Center building. I love this addition of the pavilion and the proposal of the number of mixed uses that the pavilion structure will be able to satisfy the interests from the roller sports, lacrosse, soccer, and pickleball and basketball. I grew up in the city of Monterey. I was very active in outdoor sports. I can't remember a time when the fog ever stopped us from engaging in outdoor sports over in Monterey. And the beauty of this pavilion is you're going to have a roof over this. And we can often have the dampness and the moisture of the fog, but not the wind. So I think this pavilion is an exciting addition to the footprint here. I'm also pretty excited to hear the thought that we might get 9% of Marina households to become members of the complex. I think I could see it actually being more than 9%. When that number was mentioned tonight, I thought down my block, my very long street of Susan Avenue, and I thought of a number of residents that are my neighbors who would join this. With Montage being $75 a month, I personally, unlike a couple of other speakers here this evening, find the fees, the membership costs quite affordable. But one question that I do have on the membership, if you could please get this one answered by the design team. The membership fees that were mentioned this evening, does that include both the aquatic center and the sports center when they're built out? Or does that only include the sports center? And if only the sports center, then what would the monthly membership be to also be able to participate in the aquatic swimming complex? Thank you very much, and I'm very excited.
Fantastic, Grace. Thank you. And we'll get to questions at the end of public comment. Let's go to Caitlin. Hello, Caitlin.
Hello.
Yes.
I am a resident of Central Marina, and I lead a walking group, which is the best thing of my life. And I just love this idea that we'll have people of all ages, both my elementary school son and the 75-year-olds who are in the walking group can enjoy this facility. I love that the walking group brings together people from all ages, and I feel like the facility that we're discussing is bringing together people who are interested in all different kinds of recreational opportunities. I think the more broad and the more diverse we can be, that reflects who we are as a city. And the reason I love Marina is because we really do embrace people from every different walk of life. I'm really grateful for the city to put this forward. And I just hope that the idea that there are other places that we could go to lift weights or work out, to me, I've checked out every other option, and I still see a huge need for a larger facility that has walking and is more accessible to the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Caitlin. And I think our last speaker looks like it's going to be Morgan. Thank you, Morgan.
Hi there. Trying to make sure I'm unmuted. My name is Morgan. I'm a Monterey resident, Monterey County resident since 2012. I've also been a member of Monterey Roller Derby for 6 years, as well as a board member for 3, including director of bout production, coordinating our local home events, as well as I'm currently serving as the vice president. So first I want to refer to some of the concerns or lack of concerns about the outdoor pavilion. I hear some people believing that the weather will not affect our ability to skate outdoors, which I just have to express, as Desi did, from experience. It's just simply impossible to skate in humidity. It's unsafe. The ground becomes slippery. Walls are not. Of course, you can exercise outside. You can play lots of sports outside and generate your body heat, but you can't do that on wheels. It's way too slippery. And also regarding being outside, we host our local home bouts at Water City, or historically we host about approximately 4 per year, which is just an event we rely on for profit. We generate community engagement. We always feature fellow nonprofits. We uplift the Marina community. We, on average, have a few hundred spectators in attendance at each event. And if these were outside, we would just really lose that momentum. We would lose the profitability from our events. People wouldn't want to come sit outside in Marina in the evening at many points of the year. Just to speak to, some of those weather comments. So I just personally don't see how the pavilion can be a viable option for roller sports year round. And also just to speak to a little bit of the air I'm getting that people believe the roller sports community is opposed to this multi-use building. I think it's great. I think it's very cool that we can update facilities. We can have options for many sports. We're just asking as, the roller sport community that we don't lose the space that we have relied on to exist for many years. Monterey Bay Roller Derby is an 11-year-old organization. And we've really taken a hit in the past year to have lost our space where we practice and where we play games. So no one's saying that roller sports wants to take over the entire building. We just want a place to continue playing the sports that we're passionate about. And we know now the feeling of being displaced, and we kind of rely on the future of this plan to know the future of our organization. So I just wanted to reiterate a couple of those ideas and thoughts about how viable that space could be for us, and just to ask to be considered along with this really interesting idea of a multi-use facility. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Morgan. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And let's start with Grace's question, which may be the only one. Was the membership price list mentioned, including the aquatic center or just the sports center?
That was just the sports center. Although when we did the 2019 study, where we had talked about the aquatic center and the sports center, we did have a joint membership in some of our calculations at that point, and it was a small increment. I don't remember what it was. That was, almost 2 years ago to the day in this presentation, but we can certainly look at that again. But this one that we quoted was just the sports arena. But I don't think the combined one we did in 2019 was significantly higher. But I will take a look at that. And I think our membership analysis, market analysis, did have combined and dry side and aquatic side separated when we looked at some of the other facilities in the area that did have both dry side and aquatics. So good question, very good question.
All right, thank you. I wrote down comments made by about 10 people, but no other questions. Did anyone else on council or staff note any questions that I've overlooked? Okay, let's take
Mr.
it
Mayor?
back. Yes, go ahead, Christina.
I think there was a question, or maybe it was a comment relating to some materials that might be used, like canvas or something.
Yeah,
Can you
different
speak?
people commented on whether or not there could be an outdoor pavilion, but I didn't write down any questions. So we can speak to that during our comments, during our motion. But unless someone had a question that you wrote down, let's proceed with the process tonight. Stuart, you're looking like you're either confused or uncertain.
No. There were mentions of windscreens, curtains. There are a number of different ways, and that's why I took a look at some in less friendly environmental areas and what they do when they have during the shoulder seasons when they have pretty bad weather. So there are options to explore on that. We just haven't costed them out specifically. That would, I think, be something to consider in the next design phase.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to David Burnett, Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think from what I'm hearing, the feedback, the concepts are generally agreeable with the small sample size of participants tonight. I'm just wondering, sometimes the format for our council meetings is not the best for public engagement. We go late at night, and we usually defer things past times that people are usually ready to comment. I'm just wondering, with such a significant investment and with such high hopes and good spirit, if there might be another way or additional venues for public participation. I'm just wondering, Lane, what other outreach had you anticipated? I'm assuming we're going to, and you should never assume that we're going to give the go-ahead to continue development of the concepts. And I'm just wondering, would this be something that the Planning Commission could maybe hold a charrette on, or have some kind of public participation to make sure that, a lot of discussion is generated around it?
So a couple of years ago, we actually went through that public outreach process, and we had some open houses, charrettes. We went to the Parks and Recreational Commission, had public hearings, and then came back to the city council. So we had a lot of outreach. Even then, I think, Brian can jump in, I think we had maybe 40, 50 residents get involved. And so if we're looking at, if you wanted more outreach, we could do a mailer or something.
It sounds like then we have had good participation. It seems like the design put forward tonight, at least the concept, not the design, but the concepts, touched on a lot of detail and specificity. So I think I'm satisfied with the outreach then.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to first ask Lane some questions, because I think we've been talking about the sports center mainly, but the open pavilion and the aquatic center. How do you perceive that? Let's say that we proceed with this proposal on the sports center, but on the table we still have sort of the open pavilion, and then we're talking about aquatic center, and both of those centers I'm sure cost about 3.5 or more million dollars for us to execute those plans. How do you see this? Is this in either or at the next level, or do we have money for both, or do we only have money for one, and then 5 years from now we consider another one?
So what the council is allocated right now in our existing budget is 3.5 million for the sports center. So we don't have anything additional allocated for the aquatic center, which is Matt Kingdon had indicated that cost is probably about 10 million, and the 3.5 million for a pavilion we don't have. And so we are going to schedule, originally that was going to be our special meeting tonight. That's going to be rescheduled to January. We'll look at all of our city facilities, capital projects that aren't funded, that we need to look at and prioritize for the community, as well as our unmet staffing, unmet service needs. And I would suggest at that time, this would be part of those facilities, the aquatic center, along with the fire stations and things like that. And we would explore funding options for them, because right now we don't have any remaining fund balance that we could allocate towards either the pavilion or the aquatic center.
Okay, and now Stuart or Matt suggested that we do the planning simultaneously with the aquatic center, because it is on the same property, and it depends on parking. The same parking can be used, et cetera, and they have, looks like they have a connection between the two buildings. Is this something feasible that we should think about? Is not committing to anything with aquatic center, but designing it as part of the design of the sports center?
Yes, and Matt Kingdon, please feel free to jump in. As we talked about this and explored that, it really seemed to make sense because these are both together that you would do the design of both just because you have infrastructure that would be used by both. You would have, in addition to parking, and there's going to be synergies between the two buildings. The other reason that we're suggesting that would also be you can get cost savings if you plan to do that design phase at both the same time. And if we're ever going out to the public to look at funding that, that would give us a much better idea of what that cost really would be if we went out to the public for options to fund
Do
it.
we have enough money to cover just that, to do a design plan for both? I don't know that we ever considered that before.
Matt, can you answer that? Or Brian? I
would
mean,
say I would say we have enough budgeted right now to incorporate that, at least initial planning for the aquatic center in with the sports center. We know that, you know, the 3.5 million that's set aside for the design of the sports center is not probably not going to get us to final occupancy, but you know, at some point we're going to have to fill that gap. But I think for going forward and planning, I think we're well positioned right now.
Okay, and then one last comment and question is that I had asked the city manager about possibly if the pavilion is built in because of what we can't do in the sports center. I mean, that's essentially why this idea came up, because we can still have skating at the sports center, but not roller derby or roller hockey. That requires a different surface. And so the open pavilion was, in my mind, the sort of the alternative solution. If it was possible to get some kind of a private public partnership on building that facility, then we would be a little bit closer to realizing it. Is that feasible?
Yes, I think we would definitely want to look at public private partnerships, all options. Look at if there's grants out there. I think we definitely want to explore. One of the things that you'd mentioned was like the roller derby. Roller derby can be programmed within the existing sports center, so that would be a use that wouldn't have to go outside.
I see. So it's roller hockey. I'm not familiar with the whole sport, so that's why I get it confused. But roller hockey cannot be played in the current configuration of the sports center.
It's just that the limitations that are put on by roller hockey impact all the other broader uses.
Yes, I
roller
understand
derby can be incorporated within
I
the
see.
existing uses.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, I had a couple of, had three concerns I wanted to mention, and then start in with a motion that we could build together to its conclusion. My first concern is thinking out the box a little bit. If we are going to build this on the Fort Ord portion of Marina, it's going to be harder for Central Marina residents to access it. If we're going to build a civic center at the library, that opens up the current civic center for potential expansion of the community center to take over the rest of that area to be like a sports center, but located in Central Marina. The cost of getting families from Central Marina over to Fort Ord Marina, not just money, but time and inconvenience. It would be ideal if everything we've talked about in a sports center could happen in Central Marina. But that would have to be, that's like playing chess. There's a few pieces that have to be moved around for that to happen. But I don't want to lose sight of that we're choosing our best sports center to be on Fort Ord Marina, not Central Marina. And that's going to be difficult for most of our lower income communities. It'd be ideal if it was more centrally located. My other concern is that I think the prices are too high. and we can engage with the public to find out if that's true or false. Just ask them, would you be willing to pay X a month or a year for these kinds of opportunities? I'm glad that roller sports and skating could be included in the proposed redesign of the sports center. I love the idea of batting cages and soccer camps on turf. I mean, those are just fantastic. Those are just, great. So I'm really happy with all the things that can be done. But I'd like to start with a motion, see if we can get some concurrence on this, that I guess to do this motion, can we put up that last slide where the consultants had a list of their proposed next steps? Because my motion is going to be built on that. And then I'm going to try to add a couple of things.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't get an opportunity to comment.
Yeah, let me start the motion and then you can comment, and maybe you can also add or change the motion. Okay, so what I want to say is, start my motion is that we proceed with these consultant recommendations, and we include these 3 following points: that we direct staff and their necessary partners to begin the design of all 3 facilities: sports center, outdoor pavilion, and aquatic center, in preparation for a 2022 bond, so that if we go ahead with a 2022 bond, we have the design of all 3 that could be incorporated into the bond, and that the pavilion be designed to be as weather safe as reasonable. Secondly, that we proceed with spending the $3.5 million we have budgeted to design and build the new sports center and other 2 buildings, and do all that we can to start actually construction of the new sports center. And if the bond process were to pass November 2022, then we would have additional funds for the aquatic center, finishing the sports center and the pavilion. The last point of my motion is that we ask staff and consultants to consider strongly upgrading to a commercial kitchen. So if we can get a second on that, then we could have discussion starting with Christina Medina Dirksen and maybe get this finalized or changed, et cetera.
I'll second.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Dirksen, Medina Dirksen.
Mute. So, not muted, so I'm glad I didn't. My kids are getting ready for bed. I am very surprised by this motion, and I actually really like it. What I was going to mention was, I'm really, really concerned with dismantling the community of roller derby and hockey we have out there. I was coming into this meeting really torn, because I know there's a sense of community there, but I know that our community deserves a fantastic facility like this, and I'm pleased that we can do some kind of compromise. What I ask, though, is I was going to see if we could do an ad hoc committee or somehow send it back to the Recreation Commission, because while there was charrettes and there were things done in 2018-19, and I knew of these things, a lot of people didn't. I just wonder, Lane, our city manager, mentioned a mailer or something. I just feel like with the loss of the roller community comes the concern of the loss of the roller community. We have much more dialogue now around the direction that we're going. So I would really like to add some sort of public outreach component. Again, whether it would go back to the rec commission might be something that I'd like to really see. Because we're not the experts, and we have people now in rec commission facilities or capacities to really look through and look for the holes that we don't see. The second thing was my concern with the hockey outside. We really have to figure out how to accommodate it, because again, dismantling that community is just something I can't support. What else was I going to say? Can we add, I know it might take a work of whoever our MST representative is here, but a bus route. Maybe if we want to get more people from, maybe it is on the bus route, maybe we consider a bus route to help people get there. And when we look at the cost structure, it's $40 to $50 a month for a family, which maybe I'm privileged and I don't think that is much, but when we put it in perspective of a cell phone or, you know, a pizza night or something, the cost is not as outrageous as I was a member of the sports center, and that was way outside my ability to pay. We were even part of a tennis club, and that was $100 a month, and that was again pressing our luck, pressing our finances. So I don't really think 40 to 50 is that much, but again, we need to probe our community. So with those questions, let me see, what was my question? I guess mostly those were my comments. I really appreciate the job well done. My Facebook picture came up this week, and it was me with sand on the roller skating rink a couple of years ago. Oh, I know what I wanted to mention. Is it possible, when we talk about the design of those three, is it possible that we can I just don't want to see the pavilion or the skating outdoor rink coming in last, only because they're waiting on bated breath for us to make a decision. So I just wonder if there's any way to accommodate moving forward with the sports center and the pavilion. And I know we talked about the infrastructure and the nexus between those two buildings, but is it possible to do the all three at the same time? Only because, again, I'm thinking about the time that the leagues have been out of play, and as we get over COVID, we hope that they're ready to get back to their sport ASAP. So those are my questions, my comments.
Okay, Christina, so help me build into the motion your comments and see if we can get council buy-in to leave it in the motion.
And
So-
one last one, I just wondered about the space for staff, if that was adequate. That is a big question that I have, 400 square feet. I just want to make sure that staff, we have enough room with the initial build. So if we can add into the motion an opportunity to go back to the rec commission for comments.
Okay, so before we add that as an amendment to the motion, I want to be clear, so everyone's clear, that we restart, you're suggesting that we restart public outreach toward what end? When would that be successful?
I just wanted to point out that we did list, and I didn't point it out in the presentation, I apologize, but as a part of these next steps, we have talked to Lane and his team about going back to the Recreation Commission specifically throughout the design process. So early in that, typically in schematic and design development, that is a good place to still get that public comment and have that affect the initial design.
Christina, does that satisfy you? Because the first part of the motion is to proceed with the consultant recommendations, including that.
Yes.
Okay, and then to weatherproof the pavilion, does it satisfy you that the motion said that we would proceed on equal footing with all three facilities, including a weather safe pavilion, as much as possible to make it weather safe?
Right, that is the design. So yes, yes.
And then the second part of the motion, or what was to have that design be with an eye toward a 2022 bond measure, which puts them on equal footing. So does that satisfy your concern of having them on an equal footing?
Yes, but do we also have an alternative for everything? Does this motion then thus going to predicate itself on the bond measure, on a potential bond measure being successful?
Yes, because the aquatic center is 10 million and the pavilion is 3.5 million, with the prices increasing. So by the time we get around to it, those are going to be higher. So yeah, I do believe that we'd have to have a bond measure to find those two sums. We're probably going to be lucky to scrape together on top of the 3.5 million we've already allocated to make the sports center happen.
So in the meantime, between now and November, there's nothing to be done for that location. Is that correct?
I think tonight is probably not the best time because it's not within our purview, but I think that you and I can put our heads together and organize a walkthrough of the facility to find out exactly what it needs, minimal, to reopen as it was being used until a few months ago. But I don't think that's not for tonight's discussion, I don't believe.
Okay. Yes, I think your motion has addressed most everything.
Okay, now as far as the bus route, I would add to the motion that we look into ensuring that there's bus access to the sports center location. There may already be, but it's something that's easy to add to the motion if the second would hold on that. Kathy, you're muted.
Can you reword that? I just don't want all of this other stuff to hang on an MST decision.
No, it would just be that staff look into ensuring bus access.
Okay.
And David will get to you in just a moment. And then the space for staff, Christina, that you mentioned, let me ask Lane and Terry, et cetera. Should we include in the motion that staff look into increasing staff space at this sports center?
Matt Kingdon, why don't you jump in on that? He probably knows more about it because we're really trying to maximize uses.
Yeah, I think that would be looked at further. I mean, as a part of that early design process and making sure we understand the staffing needs that have to be on site versus staffing that would be shared with other facilities. So we did have some preliminary conversations with Terry about that and how many staff would need to be on site, but we would definitely look at that further as we go.
I'm good with that, Matt. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm good with that.
So how about we add to the motion, if the second would hold, that staff considers sufficient staff space?
Sounds good.
Okay, now let's go to David Burnett because he's had his finger up for quite a while, and then we'll go back to Kathy.
Well,
go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to alert council that I am the MST rep, and I've had several discussions with the chair, the director about routes in the city of Marina, and so I can follow up on that with Lane about the routing that way. I don't think I want to support a motion that would open up the design again. I think we're fairly tight on what we've, the concepts are good, and I would hate to open that up because I think that might suggest drastic changes to the concepts that we're talking about now. So I hope that, Mr. Mayor, you're not anticipating that this outreach would require additional fundamental design changes. So
No, I think that the proposal by the consultant that's included in my motion included public engagement along
that
the
was my
future.
understanding too.
The new design that would be required would be on the pavilion because that's behind the status of the others. There's less work on that. So there would be new design work on the sports pavilion as part of this motion.
Okay, and a question outside of the motion that could be answered. Well, I have a question that I would like to have an answer to, but it's not related to the motion, but it is related to the project. And that is the 9% utilization is how you developed your cost model. And I wonder if you could give me the next break, if we could, what would be a 15%? If at 15%, what might the cost be for the membership, or at 25%, if you could get some crunching on that, because I think as the utilization goes up, then the cost of the memberships come down. And if that's what we want more utilization, so more people are enjoying it, they're getting more activities out of it. And then that drives our costs down to a certain extent, although with more people, you have more wear and tear. But anyway, so I'm just wondering if you could give me some kind of projection. You don't have to do it tonight, but I would like to see at a 15 and a 25% utilization. And I support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, David, on your points, I think that they're detailed enough and important enough that we follow up after tonight to see what staff can do with the consultants to work on engaging the public to see what they're willing to pay, and then trying to do, as you said, what we can to reduce the membership by increasing utilization, because the lower it gets, the more people are going to want it, right?
Well,
to some point.
Well, I don't want to go too far down that road of what they're willing to pay. I think the cost that has been derived is based on, that 9%. And then from there, you come up with an amount of money. And so, the amount that they're willing to pay, although it's informational, I don't think it would really help in terms of the overall direction that we're trying to go.
Okay, but do you agree that we can address this, at Recreation Commission meetings and other,
Yes,
not to forget
100%.
about it, but probably not tonight in the motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala. Thank you, Kathy, for being patient.
Thank you. I am so glad you put in the full kitchen idea, Mayor, because that's exactly what I was thinking. And when I think about how important food is for especially seniors and many of the other functions, I think it would be great if we had a little bit more than what is being proposed. So I'm very glad about that addition. I just want to say that this has been a really long process, and that we started off with sort of some shocks to the system. We had a shock when people who have been involved in roller hockey were realizing that maybe their needs weren't going to be accommodated. And of course, we had maybe 100 speakers at one of the meetings. Then we had another shock when we went and did a safety assessment and found that things were in such dire non-compliance that it was a safety need and needed emergency attention. And from that, we had a first iteration of, a plan. And then we have now evolved to a second iteration, which I think is far better. And we would not have gotten to that place had we not struggled and had a lot of angst about what was being proposed. And so I think that this is just the process that we've gone through to come out on the other side with something much more, a better product and a more extensive inclusion of so many different factors related to sports and health and the well-being of our community. And so I am very pleased that we were able to go through this, even though it seemed long and many times very controversial and tense. So I just want to thank all the staff and the public and all of the folks on the dais who really put a lot of thought and effort, and we came out with a wonderfully collaborative project. So thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you, Kathy. Let's go back to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I want to echo what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Biala said, because this has been a process. It's brought a lot of people to become interested in what we're doing and what we can provide. Again, I do not want to dismantle community out there, and I look forward to working with the roller hockey and the roller skating community to come up with something that's going to work for us all. I had the honor this weekend of attending the City of Soledad's 100th anniversary celebration, and it was in their multi-purpose gym. I was asking, how do you pay for this? It's a special district, and there was chairs set up, and it was an event, and I can just imagine us having some sort of special event there as we celebrate our milestones when this is complete. This has been a very tedious, long process, and I want to thank our city manager and staff for having patience. And I would love to thank the public for being involved and flexing your muscles and having the rallies that I was there for. And just know that we really are working to come up with a compromise. You're welcome here. We want you here. You bring much to our community. So I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to everybody, and also a heartfelt invitation to please continue being part of this process. Thank you.
You're muted, Bruce.
Yeah, I was just preparing my speech. Christina, I hope that you and I don't give up on making sure that we've looked at every way to reopen the existing facility, maybe porta potties outside so they don't have to have them inside, et cetera. There's maybe ways we can open that facility without spending too much money, but maybe not. But I don't think we should be ready to give up on that yet. Okay, Anita, did you want me to run through, or staff, Lane, should I run through the motion, or do you think we have it?
I think we're good with it. It wasn't over an hour period of time, so we can easily get, it was pretty clear and concise, so we're good with that.
Okay, Anita, are you good as well?
Yes, I'm good.
All right, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, and we'll need all advocates that have spoken tonight to help us with a November bond issue if we're gonna build all these 3 facilities. Otherwise, we'll just end up with the sports center, which isn't the worst thing in the world. But it doesn't include hockey and some other things. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, especially staff, the consultants. You really did a wonderful job trying to satisfy our direction to you to think about roller hockey and roller derby and skating and all the multiple sports that you added, the walking path. You know, it's just, you did a great job, consultant team, and thank you, staff, for working with that consultant team. And thanks to people like Donna White and Jeff Creshu, Eddie Anderson, Juan Lopez, our new finance director, staying through this whole night, Doug McCowan, Tina Nieto, our police chief, Matt, our assistant city manager, helped out earlier. We really appreciate everyone who's been involved. And of course, thank you to council for so many meetings. Brian, go ahead.
Bruce, you do have the consent agenda that got moved to the end of the meeting.
Right, thank you for reminding me. Okay, so we will move to that consent agenda. And let me ask council members if you have any brief questions or comments or wish for deeper discussion to pull something off of it. Kathy, let's go to David, Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I missed this in the last meeting, but the consent agenda had the agreement to do the electronic meetings, and I believe we pulled that and passed it at our last meeting, right? I hope we did.
Lane, can you weigh in?
You did. We have to do that every 30 days.
Yeah.
So,
but I just hope we pulled it at our last meeting because
yeah,
so it's not really part of this consent. We've already agreed to that one, right?
Well, no, that we did it last meeting, but we need to do it now because our next meeting isn't until January. So even though we're still covered, we're trying to get us through till January.
Depending on the timing of the meetings, we have to adopt it sometimes more frequently than we would otherwise like.
Okay, I didn't want anything pulled. That was my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to ask if we can ask the contractor Kimley Horn and Associates to add to their non-discriminatory clause, non-discrimination clause that was very articulately and very thoroughly covered in the Harrison Associates contract. They had language in there that makes me think that they are serious about non-discrimination. The other contract was basically a rote paragraph that anyone could put in there, but I would like to see if they would incorporate the Harris and Associates language, and that we would also then ask other contractors to include these kinds of languages.
So what I can say about that is the reason it's not in the Kimley Horn contract is because that was we're amending that contract that was executed previously. And maybe the city attorney can weigh in. Maybe we can see about amending that language in with this amendment. It was included in the Harris contract as we've been including them in contracts going forward from when council asked us to include that. So that's why you're not seeing it in the Kimley Horn right now. But I think, Bob, is that we can probably look at adding that to the amendment.
I doubt if Kimley Horn would have an objection to that. We could just replace the non-discrimination provision from the previous agreement with the amendment. Which shouldn't be a problem.
But the one that I'm referring to is in the Harrison Associates, not the previous iteration of the
Right,
other.
the amendment to the Kimley-Horn agreement could include the same verbiage that was used in the Harris agreement and just
Yes.
replace what was in the previous Kimley-Horn agreement.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem at all, Brian.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Okay.
Our agreements continue to evolve over time. They change and hopefully get better.
All right, let's move to the public to ask if anyone has brief questions, comments, or wants to pull something for deeper discussion from our consent. Okay, not seeing any hands go up. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented, with the exception of incorporating further language in the Kimley-Horn contract on the non-discrimination clause.
I'll second.
Oh, okay.
Right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brandt,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously with all 4 of us voting. So again, thank you to everybody here tonight, especially those that stuck it out to the end. I think it was a very productive meeting, and it was nice to have just one item on the active action item agenda. Okay. Happy holidays if this is it for most of us seeing each other. It's been a really interesting, challenging year for all of you, I know. So thank you for making it through. We have a great staff, even made better by Juan Lopez. Yay, Juan. And we had Guido on the line in the attendees. So Guido Persicone is definitely watching. So I hope that he'll bring some more capability to everything we're already doing. It's going to be great to have him. All right. Happy
Guido
holidays.
starts on Monday.
Guido starts on Mondays, and then he goes off 2 days later. Very good. Great. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Happy holidays.
Everybody. Good night. Happy holidays.